Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi. There we go. Knew something was missing there. Hello, my name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Mystehaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and here once more. CL, hello, welcome in, good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome. Hi. Yes, it has been a day that I've been taking to myself a little bit. Oh man, crazy, but I just felt my brain melted yesterday, so I am taking this day for myself a little bit. Proverbial self-care day, woohoo! Getting smushed by my cat currently. Oh nice, kitty smushes. Lap on fire. Oh dear. That's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. Hehe. Yes. Calyx! Yesterday was what you'd call a spicy meatball. Indeed. Hello, Calyx, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello. How goes? I'm gonna just change one little thing happening over here because I think I can do this better. Or can I? Yes, I can, I think. I think if I do put this here, it will be closer to camera, but then it's on that side now. I'm gonna leave it on where it was. There we go. Now, so hello everyone. It has been a day. And today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be continuing what we were working on yesterday, which is some more character design madness for the Whitacre family, who are my resident nobles in Fort Mystehaven. So, boss and family. And yesterday what we did was we started doing some refinements on the father unit, so Russet, and we are almost done with that. We're going to finish up Russet and then have a look at Regina if there's still time at the end of that. Getting their designs finalized because I want to get a portrait commissioned, a family portrait of the Whitacres, to actually go in the environment of Fort Mystehaven. And that's kind of the goal on that front. So that's what we are working on today. Brad, hello. Hope the text stopped exploding. It hasn't stopped exploding yet. I have not gotten a virtual desktop working. I looked at it a little bit earlier today, saw that Clip Studio opened the second time to get pressure sensitivity working, and then decided to stop fidgeting for the day so that I could actually get a couple of things done. So nothing yet has been fixed from where we left off last time. But I decided that in the interest of my brain not exploding, I was going to take today and just not think too hard. Visitor, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hehe. Now, I just want to check something. I think YouTube is doing this stupid again. A little bit? Yes, YouTube is doing the stupid a little bit on the vertical stream side of things. For some obscure reason, it decided to go and grab an auto crop instead of my actual stream. So if you are watching on vertical, I do strongly recommend that you switch over to a normal landscape style, because for some obscure reason YouTube decided to be weird. So, woohoo. Do consider moving across to the landscape style, because it's behaving very, very strangely over on that side. Always a good plan on days when the head is full? Yes. The head is very full, so I'm decided that today is a day that we chill. Today is a day that we chill, and by me chilling means working on something different. Rest will happen some other time, but no. For now, work means working on something different. And that something different is Project Mystehaven. So, that is the plan. That is the plan. I'm just gonna put my wings away, and then what we can do is we can head over to our main working page. There we go. So yes, this is where we left off. I have made a little bit of an adjustment from yesterday as well. So what I did was I duplicated our working canvas so that we could have a sort of a full body preview pane so that we can see what all we're actually working on, as well as a general overview up here. I know my cursor is very, very small. I think I might need to switch my Linux cursor to a bigger one so that you guys can actually see it, because wow, that's tiny. That's really tiny. Oh dear. But yes, that is the plan. I just want to see over here one last thing, just to make sure. There we go. Okay, yeah. So once again, if you are joining us on Vertical, please consider jumping across to the main stream, because it is cropping strangely and I don't know why YouTube is doing the funny. He seems like an esteemed gentleman. Thank you very much. Yes, he is the Marquess of the Mist March. So he is basically like one rank down from royalty, basically, in the nobility structures of the kingdom involved. So yes, if he seems distinguished and esteemed, then we are on the right track. We are on the right track. So at the moment, I'm not looking at things like textures or what have you yet. It's not pronounced Marquet. Is it not pronounced Marquet? You know what? It's one of those things where different places pronounce it differently. Or Marquis. Yeah. It's one of those things where different places pronounce it differently. I don't know which one is the correct one anymore. Like, I had heard it, I had researched it, and I've gotten all of the different answers, so I don't even know anymore. Also feel you on the gonna rest by working on something different, because that's my plan for today. Brain is empty, evening is kind of busy, but my characters have decided to do something interesting. Ah, so we write, yes. Ah. Key like key to open doors, yeah. Yeah. It's... yeah. Pronunciation is one of the banes of my existence, doubly so with words that originate in French. Like, French origin words are not my friends. Even in English, I do not understand. I do not understand. The pronunciation rules have never clicked with me. I am first language English, and it has never clicked with the words whose root language is in French. It just never made sense to me. Of course, it also doesn't help that half of my vocabulary I've never actually heard spoken aloud. I've read it more times than I can shake a stick at it, but nope, never heard it spoken aloud. It's ridiculous. In fairness, the French language hates the French too. Oh dear. Ow. If any French individuals are watching the VOD, I apologize. or lurking, I apologize. It's just your language has never made sense to me. I apologize. Maybe one day, but I've not got it in me to do that studying at the moment. I do still want to do the studying because otherwise I'm not going to be able to pronounce any of the names of the Elezen in Final Fantasy XIV, which also drives me a little bit insane every single time that I'm trying to play the game and voice act along with it and need to suddenly pronounce a name. So it is something that I do need to work on, but at the moment it is a little bit lower on the priority list of things that I need to get occupying my brain. But no, I will eventually find the correct, proper pronunciation for important words, eventually. But yeah, it's a mess. Either which way. Yesterday we managed to get inner layers sorted. And I believe I just want to open that up. So yeah, we got inner layers sorted. And just gonna, oh no, it has to actually go outside. Okay. This is where I need to incorporate layer compositions. Gotcha. Oh no, that's a whole mood for the 14 names. Yes. Tis a lot. Oh dear. Let's see if I can figure out how layer compositions work. I have almost never used these things. So, first layer composition is going to be cape on. Alright. And next layer composition is going to be cape off. Alright. And in this layer composition, we want that hidden, and we want that hidden. Wait, delete this one. Go back to our previous state where this was off and this was off. New comp, cape off. Right, so now cape on. Okay, now I've got a toggle. Great. Alex, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? Okay, so we're going to go in cape on mode for the moment because we need to actually add the cape for back view here. Doing good. It's a bit cold, but I'll live. A bit cold? Northern Hemisphere summer and it's a bit cold? It must be raining. I jest. But it's good to have you joining us. Unless you're speaking in complete sarcasm, in which case... I used to live in Asia, so it's a lot cooler than compared to there. You know what? Fair. Oh, man. There is something to be said about how close you are to the Arctic Circle. That is definitely a fact. Like, I think I'm also presently in the Southern Hemisphere, and I think the southernmost landmass, or the southernmost point on the landmass on which I currently reside, is still further away from the South Pole than what the southern part of Europe is from the North Pole. So I'm still closer to the equator than the most southern part of Europe. And I'm not even on the southernmost point of my landmass. So that's crazy. Alright, so what I want to do here is I want to just go through these and see which pieces are what so that I can manage accordingly. So this is going to be collar and brooch. This is going to be brooch. This is going to be chains. This is going to be collar and brooch. This is going to be mantle. This is going to be tassel detail. This is going to be tassel. And this is going to be cape and cape. Okay, now I know where I am. Now I can actually focus on doing the things. Okay, so we are going to be just quickly adding in back view chaos over here. Now on this side it's going to actually be pleated. There we go. And then the mantle is gonna need to come down a bit. Okay, and adjust this piece accordingly, because yikes. There we go, there we go. Good enough, good enough. Okay, and then collar. Something roughly like this. Okay, that looks around about the correct height. All right. And now for the tassel, that needs to be 50. Yes, I'm gonna add another one. And that is not the correct brush for the job. Nor is that. But that is. If it will be in normal mode, please and thank you. Yes, there we go, better. And of course it's wrong as well because I have actually got one too few layers here. So, duplicate, clear, grab that, pull it down. Alright, and then our gold, which is going to be which color again? That. Let me just replace that there so that I can actually find it again. Grab a piece like so. There we are. And let's apply some appropriate detailing. I've come to realize that this method of doing the character design with these outlined shapes works really well for me. So using the border effect on the layer and then just using it to block in color and automatically ink as it goes, while you're trying to still figure out what things look like, it's incredibly effective. Obviously there's no line weight variation or anything like that, but because it's more functional work and not final illustration type things, it's very forgiving in that it's a fast way of just capturing the information in a way that you can quickly absorb it without necessarily trying to be a quote-unquote full illustration. So that's been working really well for me lately. And we have Zanie's character design to thank for that realization. Because it just works. I like this little bit of sharp over here. Let's roll with that. Put a leaf on it. And put a leaf on it. There we go. And then cut out a bit of a rose motif over here. Because that white rose seems to kind of just be the Whitacre thing. And at some point I will vectorize one properly to get this consistent every single time. But for now, capturing the idea is good enough. And it's important to make sure that there is no piece of gold that is completely isolated, because then it won't actually be part of the same piece of metal. So that's important to make sure that the cutout doesn't cut out anything that needs to be suspended. There we go. And then over here, add a tag. Grab this color, add a tassel. Alright, and then grab white, lock opacity, and like so. That'll do the trick. Okay, so that is the back view on the cape. Cool. Which means if I go over here and I go to the cape off view again, we're good. Cape on view. Alright, it works. It works. We're functional. Yay, we're functional. Don't you just love it when we hit the functionality phase? Okay, cool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to need to look at this vast expanse of nothing happening, which is the trousers, which is boring me to tears. I know cosplayers who would look at this and cry because you had an opportunity to make interesting pants and you didn't. Why? Why? I beg of thee, why? So we're going to make interesting pants so that the cosplayers don't feel like they are making mass-produced articles of clothing. Am I being wishful thinking when it comes to saying that there will one day be a cosplayer for Russet? Who knows? Maybe it might be. But one of my goals is to be someone who makes characters who people would want to cosplay. Like, if you're gonna design a character, make it someone that someone else would want to cosplay. I feel like that is an important thing. Right? It's not just me, right? Right? I hope not. But yeah, so that is one of the goals here. If you don't think wistfully, you'll never get anything wishful done. You know what? This is true. This is absolutely true. Wishful thinking in content creation is an absolute necessity, I think. It is an absolute necessity. So, we shall You just gotta believe, just do it. Exactly, exactly. So we will hold on to that hope that it will one day be seen and inspire someone to continue making cool stuff, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're all after, is make cool stuff to hopefully inspire other people to make cool stuff. Whether it be illustrations, whether it be cosplays, whether it be video whatevers. You gotta be a little insane to succeed here. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's a different song. What? And with a little bit of blooming luck, we are going to actually have something that will tickle the creative fancies of others as intended. But in order to first do that, we need to make sure that our trousers are not desperately boring. So, first things first, let's head to the trousers group. Collapse the cape because we're done with it for the moment. Okay. And let's think practically for a moment, right? White trousers are a nightmare, all right? Because they are impossible to keep clean. Yes, someone who is a noble is more likely to be able to keep it clean because they're not necessarily going to be sitting in unkempt places, I don't think. However, it doesn't hurt to be a little bit prepared in terms of how the colors of garments are arranged such that should you need to be out and about on a slightly rainy day in the area that you are in may have a little bit of mud, you do not necessarily want to have the hems of your pants go all muddy. So protecting the cuffs of the pants here, it seems wise to me. So I think that's going to be the first thing we're going to look at after just cleaning up this shape a little bit, because yikes. And I'm also going to go to the base and apply a mask to this and just cut out this piece of calf and actually, yeah, I'm just going to cut out the entire lower leg because we don't actually need to see any of that. Also there's a chunk over here that we don't actually need to see. And I'm going to take the wings out of the base, because otherwise they're going to get caught in the crossfire, which we do not want. So just pulling out things that are just getting in the way of visuals a little bit here. Why? Because I knew that I was not going to use all of the base, so there are bits that are extra. Alright, so with that being said, we're mostly there in terms of the shape. I do think this can afford a tiny bit of a wrinkle over here. Wait. No. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to hit that button. There we go. Because that makes sense in terms of how fabric will lie. There we go. But aside from that, we want to keep this more or less straight. Not like that. Because too much form actually ends up looking untailored. Right? a little bit of calf, just so that you know where the knee is, but not too much. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide the waistcoat for a bit, right? And I'm going to duplicate the layer, edit, tonal correction, brightness and contrast, contrast up, up, okay, edit, convert brightness to opacity, there we go, and border effect off, okay, hide the base, hide the wings, hide that, okay. Good. We've only got the parts that I wanted to see on that. Great. Feeling better about the life, the universe, and everything now, which means on the base layer, we can hit the fill button and not lose our interior lines. And it also means that if we hide that now, we've got a clean working surface. Cool. That works for me. But you know what time it is, guys? It is time for our first hydrate. So, everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Once again, if you are joining us on vertical, I apologize if it looks very strange. YouTube decided to go in auto crop mode instead of the vertical feed that I'm actually attempting to send it. I think that was a checkbox issue on my side that I failed to identify when I was setting up the stream, so I apologize for that. I will make sure that it is corrected for tomorrow. And I do encourage you to check out the main stream, which is in landscape mode accordingly. Because otherwise you're going to be very much seeing only the smallest fraction of what's actually going on here. And I can't end that as part of the broadcast separately from the main stream. I also don't know if you can even view the vertical stream afterwards. Honestly, I had looked on my channel on desktop and couldn't see anything there. So possibly not. It's anyone's guess. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to grab our grey. And I want to go fill. That feels different. Hold up, let's just see. Waistcoat on. That feels kind of very different. Like, the grey doesn't look bad as the trouser base. Let's just see with the cape on. Actually, because that might change things, guys. What do you think? White pants or grey pants? What do you guys think? Like, I'm leaning towards the grey, if only because I think it actually ties in with the waistcoat a little bit better. Oof, I just realized I haven't eaten anything today. Off to cook. Oh my word, Alex. Go eat, please. Please go eat. Please go eat. That is a necessity. In my defense, I forgot I'm hungry. You know what? That is fair. That is fair. I also usually only eat once in a 24-hour cycle as well, so I get it. Like, sometimes twice, but most times once in a 24-hour cycle. That is if you do not count a mug of milk after stream. But like, yeah. But seriously, guys, what do you guys think? Grey pants or white pants? Can we do a poll? Hold up, can we do a poll? Or is that a something that you can only do? Yeah, I think that might be something you can only do. Oh no, you can. Okay. Haha! Okay, let's roll with that. Grey because cleaning white pants sucks. It does, but when you're a noble, it doesn't actually matter so much because, let's just be real, it's not your job to clean it. When you're a noble, it doesn't matter as much because it's not your job to clean it. I've never run a poll on YouTube before, so I've got no idea how this is behaving. Do you actually see two options, guys? Hold up, let me just open up a separate stream to monitor. Let me open a second stream to monitor. Okay. So I do see something, but I don't see everything. It works? Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, cool. Yay! First time I'm running a poll on YouTube and it's actually working. Yoo-hoo! Oh, that's a small blessing. I was not sure about that. But yes, so this is the question with which we're going to be doing design work next. White trousers or grey trousers? At the moment, it's entirely based on looks and aesthetics more so than functionality. If we were doing outfit design for anyone other than a noble, it would be no questions asked, it would not be white, it would have been the grey. Guaranteed. But because it's a noble, we have to consider that the lions concern themselves not with their own laundry, as it were. So yeah, this is entirely an aesthetic choice. I like grey clothing, so I'm biased. I'm also biased towards grey because practicality. I generally like darker clothing on that front, especially when it comes to bottoms. Like, me and white textiles are not friends in general. I look at it, blink twice, and poof, there is a stain from something. Like, how even? Or if not, a obvious stain from something having rubbed against it. Where did those little yellow splotches come from? Like, something started dissolving on it. Like, what? Like these little orange pinpricks, like someone used rusty pins on the thing. It's like, come on, guys. This has literally not been worn. How has this shirt got these little orange pinpricks everywhere? That is my experience with white textiles. Very much consumable items. But I am seeing a bias towards white in the poll, so it looks like that's where we're leaning. I will close the poll in the next 3 minutes. So let me just actually put the timer on for our hydrates before I forget again. So, hydrate timer is running. Hello, Krahazik. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Stretch. Stretch. Okay. I am biased towards black, but in this case, for what appears to be formal wear, white looks appropriate. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I'm also biased towards darker clothing, honestly. Like, even when I have articles that are closer in light text, light colors, I like it when they are dark side panels, right? Like, even we see it here on the waistcoat, we've got these darker side panels, because that's where usually when there is perspiration, it's the first place where you see staining as well. So, maybe a grey side stripe to go with the grey in the upper piece. Yes, I'm just looking at the base color at the moment because we're next going to go looking into detailing and what kinds of shapes will work well with that. So that's going to be the idea there. Okay. Poll is closing in 2 minutes, roughly. For white versus grey trousers. Okay. And while that's happening, I am strongly considering what shapes I want to incorporate. If we do a grey side stripe, I don't want it to be the full width of the leg, because then what's going to end up happening is it's going to make the entire silhouette look too narrow. I don't know if you guys have seen photos, for example, of there's this one picture floating around the internet of a weather lady who's wearing this black dress with this similar interior stripe detail. That's this broad panel down the front and down the sleeves, and it just makes her look as if half of her torso has been cut away, basically. And that is the sort of silhouette damage that I don't necessarily want to do. So I just want to be mindful of that as well when it comes to the shapes. But okay, that is time on the poll. Let me end that. Yeah. That's fair. That was my feeling. But alright. 3 for white, 1 for grey. Cool. We have a plan. Alright. Now, with that being said, I'm going to just hide waistcoat as well, because I want to also be able to see our waistband on our trousers too, because they are also part of the cut that we need to be aware of. And first thing that I want to do is I want to clear that pleat, and I want to clear that pocket. The waistband seam and the center seam for the leg rise is a non-negotiable in terms of construction. Those two have to be there, because otherwise you can't put the things on. And we are not in the business of designing clothing that cannot be worn by a living organism. Alright. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select there, deselect that, and I'm going to start by chopping away the majority of the grey over here. I want to keep a grey waistband, I think. I feel like that would maybe be nice to keep. So we'll see how that affects my inking. Actually undo that selection, because it's going to damage what we see over here. Keep that on. Hide you. Alright, I think perhaps our solution to the side stripe is actually going to be a dual pinstripe. Sort of navy style. So let's actually just be gone with that entire thing, because it's wrong! It's all wrong! Wrong, I tell you, wrong! Gosh, that won't do. It simply won't do. Alright. Same over here. waistband. Okay. Duplicate. Clear. Show the inks. Alright. And then I want to go to our felt pen. Yes. Make that 20. That's a good width. Select there, invert, delete, clear, select, reselect, delete, clear. Good enough. There we go. Good enough, good enough, good enough. Now going to the trousers inks. That's why I've got an issue here, is because I'm still seeing the old waistband inks over there and over there. Good. Okay. So that is a start. However, it's still desperately boring. So next is going to be, just going to call this waistband. And this is going to be pinstripes. And empty that, and let's add a panel. For the cups of the legs. Something roughly like that. Okay. It separates the leg into two sections. But it does draw attention away from the feet a little bit. And with that, I wonder about whether or not these pinstripes should even stay straight. Or if we can do something more interesting with them. I think we can do something more interesting with them. So, we clear it. I do want them to start on the side because it gives a good place to hide a pocket. That. If it wraps forward, that could be interesting. Hold up. Almost got it. Almost got the right line. There we go. That's better. Nice. And now a second one. No, this needs to be above. If we use this as a single line from the side, not a double line from the side, hold up. I'm thinking aloud here. We can actually pull that in for more interest. By using that as a we can actually use this as I forget the word now. It's another one of those ghastly French words. Applique? We can use that to give extra flair here. Looking like it all belongs to the same long strip of fabric, even though it's probably not. But the same long strip of color. I like that idea. Okay, let's explore that in a little bit more detail. There we go, that is a start. Clear. And because it'll be the same colors, on top of one another, it'll just be texture without necessarily being gaudy colors. Which looks a little bit more classy. I have made food! Woohoo! Grubbage acquired. Nice! Okay, that will work there. Now what I want to do is I want to clear a duplicate, grab white again, and let us add a rose embroidery. Because, once again, that makes sense. Something roughly like that. Okay, select, reselect, begone. And reselect and begone. There we go. This one is too big. Pull that back. There we go. Something roughly like this-ish, I guess. Also adds a little bit of extra texture and interest. Okay, and that will translate on this side to something like that. Almost. There we go. And select, invert, and go away, like so. There we go. There we go. Awesome sauce. Okay, that looks fancy, I think. It's at least got something interesting going on now. Looks fancy to me. Woohoo! Victory! Victory! What I do want to do, actually, now that I'm here as well, is I want to add a little bit of beading, I think, maybe, to this. but I'm going to do that on a separate layer that I can do with thinner lines, like that maybe. Yes. Silver thread beading. More texture. Still luxury. Looks good. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, that's going to be leaf beads. And that's going to be ick. Grab. Come on. Come on. Rename, please. Ding ding. Alright, I'm actually not need to be sleep deprived tomorrow. I need to head to bed. Yes. That sounds like a good plan. After yesterday was very irresponsible. Alex, please go sleep. Hope everyone has a good stream. Thank you. Please, please, please rest. Goodness alone knows you deserve every drop of it. I really hope that you'll be able to switch off and get a good, proper rest in. Yes. Yes. That's the ticket. I'm happy with that. Okay, now let me just clean up this shape a little bit more because that's annoying me spitless. That's wobbly. There we go. Better. Better. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually pretty satisfied with that. Like, it doesn't need to be overdone at this stage. Let me just come over here and redo the button section, because that is now ill-fitting. Over there. Add a little bit of extra width here to insinuate a pocket. Hidden underneath that seam. Interior seam like that, and then there's going to be a seam at the back, but we don't need to look at that. Okay. And this pair of trousers is not going to have any externally visible fastenings, because that is a thing. You do get trousers that do not have externally visible fastenings, which look really nice and sharp. So let's roll with that. Okay, I'm actually really, really happy with how that works. With the waistcoat on. Cool. Oh, sorry, that came out of nowhere. Oi! and cape on. Let's see. Yeah, that's looking decent. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Also, we are a couple of seconds away from a hydrate reminder. So if you are someone who gets a fright, I am warning you in advance, the hydrate timer is going to go off in the next minute somewhere. Am I reminding myself just as much with that? Yes, absolutely. Save button. Save button sounds like a good idea. Right about this second. And then the next thing is going to be the shoes, which just need to have a little bit of refinement. I do like that they're grey shoes, not black shoes, because it's a slightly more unusual choice. There we go. There's the hydrate reminder. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Because I have seen grey dress shoes. It was a long time ago, but I have seen them. And while it's relatively easy to get black leather, I've not seen it be as easy to get grey leather. Which the cosplayers are going to not like very much now that I think about it, but it'll look good. Wait, hang on. I just want to check over here. Health and hi, Harrier! Hello, Sishian! Welcome in. How are you doing? More coffee. More coffee! More! Oh. Grey leather dress shoes for men. Let's just see what the internet says. They are in fact, Gusp, a thing. They do exist out in the wild. They do in fact exist out in the wild. Fantastic. In more varieties than I was actually expecting, so that's good. That's very good. I'm existing. Existing is a good start, honestly. Existing is a very good start, honestly. It's sometimes difficult to exist. Yeah, we get it. So okay. Grey leather is a thing, but they're gonna definitely have black soles. I do not want to introduce tan on the soles, because that's gonna look wrong. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do then. Back to layers, not layer comps. Shoes! Wow. I can't spell. Or at the very least, I can't type. Good grief. I know they exist as I have grey dress shoes with black soles to my black suit. Ooh. Yeah, it's been basically a small eternity since I've last seen grey dress shoes out in the wild. So that's why I was just checking myself that it's not something that was lost to antiquity. They're only used for weddings and funerals, though. You know what? Fair. Honestly, fair. It's not exactly something that the majority of people would wear on the regular. Based on yesterday's conversation, that's a little bit of a sad thing. Like, if you can be dapper, why not, right? But at the same time, we get it. Okay, so let's start by do not enable the mask, which means if we hide this, we should see our very rough sketch of the feet underneath again. There we go, yes. So let's start by emptying that and applying soles. That more or less match our foot size. Why did I have it like that? Why did I do it that way? And let's make these narrower because I don't want them to be chunky. And let's add a little bit. Coffin toe, maybe? Like Harrier? Or more bullet toe, I wonder. I think bullet toe, not coffin toe. Bullet? I'm also vibing with bullet at the moment. I think that would be more appropriate in this case. Nearly there. How's that width? Did I cut too much? I cut too much. No, come on. Almost there. Almost. Come on. Yeah. There. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. And duplicate. And empty. My uncle brought me the shoes and suit for his wedding, and I looked up the price and oh yeah, you don't look up the price of a suit. Unfortunately. They cost the earth. They do in fact cost the earth. Or at least way more than what makes sense. In fact, the ridiculousness that is the price of clothing is one of the reasons why I would very much like to, at some point in the future, get to a position where I can make my own as well. Because good grief. On top of how ridiculously expensive it is, it would be nice to also have a little bit of agency over the cut. It was basically a down payment on a car? Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Okay, now let's get rid of artifacts. All right. Just hide the base entirely. At this point, clear that. 100% duplicate. Hide that. Nearly there. Okay. I'm looking at the anatomy of the shoe as well as we go, so... how I'd expect it to be built. Something like that. Okay. Next section is going to be over here. I just want to check my reference again. History recently closed because I was dumb. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this cut. I'm gonna go with this cut. Okay. Undo. Now, half of this information is only going to be useful to me because, let's just be real, I'm going to be the person who, if need be, is going to be 3D modeling this guy. So, there is a lot that other people are not going to need to concern themselves with, most likely. Unless what I do... Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Haha, I've decided. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for Project Mystehaven, I've decided on the spot, now, immediately, on the spot, is that I'm going to include reference sheets as some of the collectibles that you can scatter, that will be scattered around the world. So character reference sheets will be something that will be available in-game that you can see for various people. And in order to collect all of the reference sheets, you're going to need to find or unlock them across multiple playthroughs. Moha! That's going to be an incentive to get people to play multiple times. I want to cosplay this character, let me find their reference sheet. And make it nice and detailed. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I messed up just now. Okay, never mind. This needs to be tighter. Something more like that. Or maybe, instead of it being something that you need to find, it's something that you unlock by an achievement instead, for each character's route. Maybe that's how I'm gonna handle it. Maybe that's how I'll handle it. Okay, Then clear that, and then this is going to be laces. Where did you jump off to now? I had an eyelet brush that I had made, and it is now gone. Okay. Let me just quickly pull my eyelet brush back into functionality. I just need to go behind the hex curtain for a bit. 1 second. Go to here, resources, self assets, brushes. That ain't it. I'm looking for eyelet. Pull it in. It's literally just a circle. Right? That's literally the brush. That's the brush shape. But register material, image, use for brush shape, put in miscellaneous assets. Okay. Now we go and I want to grab you, duplicate tool, eyelet brush, make this like that, drag you, no. Interface is disappearing on me, so I just need to know where I'm going. 1 moment please, while I hopefully put it in the right place. Okay, getting there. Getting there, okay. Now we can come over here. And we go brush shape, brush tip, material, add, search, eyelet, okay. There we go. Ink. Come on, anti-aliasing. I want that to be there. Save all as default. And close. Why is my timeline all the way up here? What? Timeline needs to be down there, and it needs to not be this huge. What was even going on there? Alright. Okay, so that was briefly putting a brush together. Alright. Come back to russet. Choose our metal color. Duplicate that. Call it eyelets. Okay, scale it down. 14 should be good. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that spacing is wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I will shift these ones. Like this. There we go. Okay, that's eyelets, laces. That is going to also be in black. Like that. Okay, another one, empty it. This one is going to be that loop, like that. Okay, duplicate, empty it, and 1, 2, and 1, 2, because that knot exists and is a thing. But I want to just change this line because that is gross. Hold up. That's not gonna fly. Needs to lie flatter. Because we've got the pants that need to come back over the top. Which instead, I'm gonna grab my liquefy, make sure it's big enough, yes, and just nudge. Like that. Place. Okay, please let go. Please let go, come on. Please don't let go in the wrong place, but okay. Perfect is the enemy of good, it's good enough. Okay. Put our base back on. There we go. I think we are good. I think we're good here. I'm loath to bring any more red down into the shoes and cuffs of the trouser hems, because that's just going to draw attention away from the face, which we don't want to do. Currently, I like that the color is centered towards the top. I think that makes good sense. I think it's good enough that the yellow of the wings is reflected in the yellow of the gem on the brooches and the eyes. So I'm happy. What I'm not 100% sure if I'm happy about yet is, let's just go back to cape off. I'm not yet 100% sure I'm happy with the gloves and the back panel of this shirt. And I'm still missing the collar on this shirt. On the back view, I see. Also, I realized that I've never switched the hydrate timer back on. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Alright. Reset the timer. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Awesome sauce. Readjust seating arrangement. Okay. I feel like there is also scope for a little bit more texture around the waistcoat as well. But for now, let's look at those gloves because they do not look like they fit. Something about them is a little bit too vambrace and a little bit too little fancy. I think that's my issue with them. They look more like armor than anything else, and that is not appropriate in this scenario. So, you are the problem, specifically. So that goes away for now, as a first step. Grab white again. Grab our mapping pen again. There we go. Wait, just one sec. Issue identified. All right. Now for these white sections. Or I'm going to start with the red. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull that further forward. I'll solidify the color in a bit and correct the gradient in a sec. I just want to get the shape how I actually want it. Okay. Like that. That looks a wee bit better. Yes. Okay. I'm happier with that shape. That still, however, is not coming through to the right place. This needs to go further back. Yep, that's more where it needs to be. Okay, lock opacity. Fill. Grab the dark. make it less, make it a normal layer so that it's actually painting the correct color. Get our gradient in place. Cool. Now I'm going to bring that down because I don't want that to be now the top layer anymore. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to grab our white and our mapping pen, and we're going to add some details over the top. Again, kind of mirroring the same style of motif as what we've got on the trousers. Why? Because that sort of repeating pattern brings consistency in the design. It makes it look planned. Okay. I like that. That is looking fancier. That is looking fancier. I'm happier with that now. Okay, so how does that translate then? That's going to be one there, one there. One, 2, 3 leaves that need to be accounted for. That works. And that needs to come in just above there, yeah, like that, great. One freestanding leaf. One like that. Okay, that looks fancier. That looks fancier. I'm happier with that. I am much, much happier with those gloves now. I am much, much happier with those gloves now. Wow, okay. Little things. Little things. Now, back to the waistcoat. 4, duplicate, clear, rename, and let's call this one embroidery. Okay, and let's grab our fiery russet color. Haha. Right, and what I think this wants, firstly, is a ruled line. Where are you? Dun, da, 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 da. Here. Dash line. 1 pixel. And 3. Yes. Okay. Firstly and foremostly, let's do I don't like that rendering style. Hold up. Let's see. I had acquired clothing. Did I load it up yet? I don't think I loaded it up yet. I know I had acquired it, but I can't recall loading it up yet. Where are you? No, no. None of those, okay. Was it... Those are hatching. Okay, I had not downloaded it. Never mind, never mind. I thought I had re-downloaded it, but I had not. Back to ruled line. Let's just go with this. All right. This might just do the trick. Of course, I'm absolutely going to hate myself when I have to do the normal painting on this. But that's fine. That's later me's problem. Because that'll be a case of making this shiny, like the buttons. But does it actually add anything? Or does it just break things up? I don't think it adds anything. Scrap it. Begone. Okay, was I daft in how I built this? I was daft in how I built this. Okay, okay, so, noted, noted. That's all the same piece. Duplicate. Talking about the stripes on the side of the lapel, yeah, I wasn't liking those. They didn't feel right at all. So what I'm doing instead is I'm just basically rebuilding what I've got here, briefly. And then I'm going to do the same motif thing in grey on grey here on the side panels, because I think that will look better. I can appreciate some well-placed asymmetry occasionally, but I was a little thrown off by it. Yeah. It just wasn't working. But that's why you experiment, right? Okay, clear. Fill. And lock and fill. Okay, that works better. I think there's already a lot of stripes that are already vertical, crashing with the horizontal stripes, yeah. What's ghosting over here that I'm seeing? Okay, that's wild. Okay. To repel. Repel. And 2. Zany, hello, welcome in. Sai, I don't think I greeted you properly. I'm so sorry. Welcome in. My brain dirked out there for a second. Hi, guys. How are you doing? Okay, that'll do. Back to this side. Right, that'll do. Bring some of this texture back. Got word from one of my comms, yoo-hoo, and while checking details I noticed a thing. I'll DM you what I found. Oh my. Okay. Okay, I will send you a revision on that. Thank you for that. I will send you that correction. Thank you for catching that. Thank you for catching that. I will send that correction through as soon as possible. Please just let me know exactly which one we're talking about, because I think there are a lot of pages, and I just want to make sure that I'm not going to be looking in the wrong place. That spacing is wrong. Okay, and on here. There we go. Yes, that's better. That's better. Texture. We like texture. Okay, and how's that going to translate to the back view here? Also, why is that now the wrong color? That's why it's now the wrong color. It's because I used borrowed layers. Okay, I will move it. Okay, noted. I shall make that correction. It's one of those human errors of having too many layers and forgetting to uncheck a box. And forgetting to check a box back when hiding and showing things again. I know exactly what went wrong. Okay, that's that. But I think we can afford one more. To fill in the back. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. What's the time even? Okay, that's the time. Okay. There we go. Nope. Right. Like that. Okay, now let me identify which one has those pieces on it. You. Okay. Nope. Okay, so we're gonna grab like this. We're gonna go cut and paste. Grab that and fill. There we go. Show you. You get emptied. Pull that to the top so that it can't make a mess. Great. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. Where is the... shirt collar here? Grab you. And just apply shirt collar like such. There we go. Shirt collar applied. Okay. I think we're just about there. So then our only thing then is going to be, once again, delete that layer because it's in wrong. Empty that, make that one. Yep. And just like on the other side, we're gonna do texture. Nearly there. There we go. That'll do the trick. And on this side, where we see the same thing happening here. Okay, that will do the trick. Texture. Save. Now, one thing I noticed while all of that was happening is that there was one glaring thing that we had not yet done any refinement on. And that is this mess. The suspenders are still in sketch mode on a single layer. That's not going to fly. So we're going to grab that grey, which is not any of the greys that we've currently already got here. So let me just grab that and add it to the list. There we go. And just clean this up because that is very fuzzy. That is incredibly fuzzy. Alright. Duplicate. Empty the bottom ones. Get rid of this because it's wrong. Get rid of you. I just want the straps right now. Almost there. Okay, then grab our metal color again. like that. And then on top, another one. Unless this should actually be gold. This should be in gold. This shouldn't be even in this color at all. Hold up. Lock opacity, make it like such. There we go. He doesn't have silver metal on him. Russet doesn't have any silver metal on him except on the swan brooch. And that is only there for contrast. But his color for metal. Okay, and I guess you could count the eyelets on the shoes. But that's like... both of those are absolute minimal. Quantities. All right. What even? Never mind. Okay. Carve this out like that. And lock. And where is our color? And fill. There we go. And this is going to be a Cabochon instead of a faceted gem. So it's going to be like that. Okay. Waistcoat on. Cool. So with that, methinks we have russet sorted. What do you guys think? He looking fancy enough? Of course, there's still time for stream, so we're going to go on to Regina now. After I have acquired fresh coffee, because the coffee is gone, and that it makes me sad. So I'm just going to reset the timer. Whoops. And then we will be right back after coffee has been acquired. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Very nice. Yay! What's your favorite part? What's your favorite part of the outfit? Personally, I'm just a sucker for waistcoats, so for me it's that. I am a sucker for waistcoats. The cape? Fond of capes. Hehe. Yeah, the cape has not actually got very much in the line of embellishments, but I think that actually suits it pretty well. Means that as it moves and bits are revealed underneath, it makes it interesting. Like, there's something to be said for the... what's it? The points of interest that you don't see. Until all of a sudden, you do. Like, I think, when he makes his appearance for folk who have not seen him before, and the cape is hanging loose, draped over his shoulders and such, and you don't notice that the upper arms are not covered. I think that's going to be a little, oh, hello there moment for a bunch of folk as well. It's like, oh my. we see arms, biceps, how gasp. Sort of a Victorian ankles moment, because it's something that you're not used to seeing in individuals generally dressed like this. So, but okay, I'm happy. I'm just gonna hit the Be Right Back screen. I'm just gonna make myself a fresh cup of coffee. When we come back, we shall continue work on Regina. So she is a little bit more already planned. There's a lot less planning to do with her. It's just basically cleanup. So yeah, I think as far as planning goes, you might want to do a little bit of work on her boots. But the rest is just cleanup, so she's going to be straightforward to put together. Awesome. See you guys in just a sec. I will just make coffee and return in just a moment. Alright, I return with caffeination. Okay. Okay, so that has been saved. Switch over here. Grab our roughs. Copy. Paste. There we go. Call this one inks group base. Call this one fill. There we go. Now with Regina, one of the main things that is going to take some figuring out is the back of the hair, so that is one thing that we've got to plan for. But for now, let's actually just do our foundation phase madness. So in terms of what I'm going to work on the base, I'm going to pretty much ignore a whole bunch of stuff. Why? Because it's not gonna ever be seen. I very nearly behaved like I was making a VTuber model there. Whoopsie. It's useful when you know exactly what's going to be visible and what's not, right? There we go. And now we can work over here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the roughs layer. Wait, open up. Ding dong, open up. Hide the color. There we go. Something like this. Yeah. And flip. Come on. Okay. Almost have it. Almost have it. Come on. Come on. There we go. Slowly but certainly making way. Something like that, okay. Almost have the hair front sorted. Something roughly like that. Okay, and I will save work on the hair back until after I have got that information set from the rear view. So now I need her swatches, which I don't yet have saved. Add more colors. There we go. So clear, grab, skin, replace, grab, wings, replace, grab, hair, replace. Okay. Starting point. Grab outside. Grab outside, grab outside. Is that everything? It looks that way. Yes, okay. Expand by 1 pixel, invert, and skin color full. There we go. Lock. Grab the hair color. All right. Almost there. Okay. Right, that'll do for the base. Here. Now what I need to do is I want to go here. What did I do with Russet over here? Just want to check, because I can't remember. I didn't think too hard, that's why I did what happened. Okay. I didn't think too hard. Okay. There we go. That'll do. No, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. Something a little bit more like that. There we are. Yeah. Nice. At least her eyebrows are being cooperative. That's helpful. Okay, now subgroup, call that eyes, come on, eyes, there we go. Hide the roughs entirely. Okay, grab you and add. Grab you and add. So those are the two colors that I know of. I'm gonna add that one in as well. Alright, so we're gonna start with this darkest blue. Area scaling, yes. +1, like that. Okay. Now here what I want to do is I want to go for something less saturated and a little bit like that. Let's see. Yes. That is indeed the color. Replace. Okay, and then a bit brighter and add, get rid of one of you, and that's going to be our highlight color. Then you for our pupils. Like such. And grab that color and that one. Airbrush, tiny. Apply black. There we go. Cool, that's part one. Part number next is going to be Slera. and this paper color, I'm gonna go eek. Come on. Let me do the adjustment, please. Come on. Do the thing. Thank you. Catch up with me, please. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip while I'm waiting for that to catch up with us. Come on. It had done something very strange there. Okay, never mind. What is going on? Let me choose another layer, please. Have I got another hidden dialogue box that's doing the dumb? Yes, I do. Okay. I'm learning about the hidden dialogue boxes. Alright. Next, hydrates. There we go. Then we have tear ducts, which we don't see from this side because of angles. But on the lashes front, there is method to the madness. Hide you, lock you, grab blue, usually that would be on a completely separate layer, but this is good enough for today and for the purpose that it's currently serving. Okay, grab our hair color again. Fill, close corner. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that. Nope. With an actual selection pen, please and thank you. Hide that again. Almost got it, almost got it, almost got it. And over here. slightly. Okay, there we go. It is terrifying exactly how dead these eyes look without a reflection in it. Let's just quickly resolve that because it's driving me insane. I shine. It's not working for me to not have that visible. Okay, so on Russet's side, let's just hit the save button. Okay. And close that because we're not going to need it anymore. What we are going to need is we're going to need window, canvas, new window. There we go. Drop this one. Egg underneath. Come on. What's going on? Up top. Not like that. Come on. Don't be silly. There we go. And you guys can't see anything. Why am I not surprised that something decided to do the wacky? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Deactivate. Hide. Activate. Show. Okay. Eyelid brush, go away. I'm done with you. We're working on Regina. Okay. Craziness. Craziness, craziness, craziness. So you guys kind of missed everything that happened since the Be Right Back. Yeah, so we were just working on getting Regina base in place. We're almost done with that. Next thing that we just want to do is add a little bit of definition for lips. And lock that opacity, grab that color. Airbrush smaller, please. Thank you. What's with all of this bleed around this airbrush? Wow. It's like way, way bigger than what it says on the box. Okay, we'll take it. Then I think that is it for the base. Yes, that's it for the base. So now we take our roughs and we pull them above, like such. Come back over here. Come back to russet, grab that shade of white, which we're going to edit because it is too yellow for Regina. So that white, we've got a hue shift to blue. I'm going to take it to like 200. There we go. And that's going to be replace. And our cobalt. Add. And our gold, add, and that is all of her colors. But we also need that blue as well for her hair ribbon, as well as that old gold color for her hair ribbon. Okay, that'll do the trick then. Sure. New layer folder. Call this one outfit. There we go. And start building. So first things first, add outline thing widget, grab our white, and let's start with the bodice. All right. Just getting rough shapes in, and then we can do cleanup later. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Okay, grab those 3 clear. Call this one bodice. The visitor, do you like Lara Croft? I can't really say. I never really played the games. I think I may have at some point in my teenage years watched a movie, but I don't actually have an opinion of her character. I don't know it well, I don't know her character well enough to have a formal opinion. This was bodice. Sleeve. Okay. Now this is going to be front sleeve. Hold up. This has to be front sleeve because otherwise it's not going to show up in front of her arm. And that won't do. And then there needs to be back sections as well. But first, let us just reduce this opacity so that I can cut out the section around the arm appropriately. There we go. There we go. So that is going to be one. Duplicate, up, clear, This one is gonna be this piece, like that. There we go. Okay, and then what I need to do is I need to do a back section. So this is going to be duplicate behind the base. Empty it. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Like such. Great. No, what just happened? The done just happened. There we go. Hooey. Okay, and then call that skirt int empty. Grab that. Okay. Something like so. Mapping pen. Yeah. There we go. There we go. There we go. I will clean this up. I need to clean this up. You know what this calls for? A second cut. This calls for a second cut. So we turn it over, we grab like that, extract, grab there, no, nope. That's also not it. First get rid of that piece of mass, which is wrong. Okay, that works, that works, that works. And make that rounder. And rounder still, there we go. That works for there. Okay. Now we want to grab our blue for our shoulder pieces. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. No. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Got it. Got it. Okay. On the bodice layer, I'm also going to do the choker. I'm not going to separate that. It's already separate enough to not interfere. Now, interesting thing with Regina, for her namesake, is that she's actually not particularly fond of having too much bling. I think that's going to be an interesting point to note. About her character when she actually gets discussed in the story, is how the too many shiny things don't actually vibe with her. So she tries to keep it as little as possible, but as much as necessary, in order to not look underdone for her rank. Come on. There we go. I will need to do some serious silhouette fudging here. Okay. Duplicate. Empty. Something roughly like that. And by roughly I mean super roughly. Wow, oh my word. That was way too rough. almost got it. Almost got it. There we go. That'll do the trick. Like that. Yes. 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 Okay, so that's the foundations for our gloves. Now, here we're going to do the ruching. Bleh. And gathering. Hold up. Grab you. Deselect. Like so. Okay. There we go. Then we need duplicate again, clear it and call it the rose. Okay. And good enough. And then bodice again, duplicate, empty it. This is going to be our front panel. Okay. All good, all good, all good. Good. Then underneath that, we're going to need some skirt. And we're going to empty that. And we're going to grab our cobalt. And we are going to take that layer to 40%. And reflect opacity, yes. Hold up. Okay, I'll come back to that. Duplicate. Move that up. Grab that. like so. All right. Something like that. Duplicate. Yeah. One more duplicate. And that's the hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Eek. No. Wait. What's with the sharp corner here? How dare. Alright. Hide the wraps, I want to see how that's behaving. I'm liking how that's behaving. I'm liking how that's behaving. How are we all holding up? And what are we all drinking today, actually? I never asked. Gasp. There we go. That'll work. And then just close the edge. There we go. And a couple of wrinkles, just so that you can see that it is actually gathering. There we go. Okay, so at this point I need to create a layer composition. This is going to be everything. between those two, I need to add boots. Okay, group. Okay. Yes, overwrite. Okay. And now what we're gonna go do is we're gonna hide everything that is part of the skirts. And that is gonna be new skirt waterfall off. Okay. So that I can actually see what's happening with the bootses. So, back, duplicate, back, ink, sole, and duplicate, and come on, take, front, and front sole, there we go. Show roughs. So, let's start with the back sole. We're gonna grab our cobalt again. Okay, that will do the trick, that will do the trick. And white. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. We are nearly. decoration phase. Okay. Close. Close, close, close. Now... I'm gonna leave it there for a second. First... let's get these in place. Flip. Let's just hide that for a second and hide that for a second because I'm getting confused with what I'm seeing. Okay. Come on, nice and smooth. We can do this. We can do this. Okay. Let's see. Save button is probably a good idea right about now. Structurally, we've got our foundations in place. We've still got to put her wings on. But for front view, we have our structure. That's a good starting point. I'm just looking and getting a sense of where I want to go from here. And I half want to sneeze and it's distracting me. You know when you've got a sneeze that's half there, but it's not quite there enough to do anything about? It is slightly driving me mad. Just a little bit. Itty bitty little bit. Alright, so before I can actually do decoration on front view, I actually need to do back view so that we can get the hairstyle sorted. Which means we go to the base and we go to our roughs, come over here, grab a color that we can draw in roughs with. Okay, make that louder so that I can actually see it. Okay, something similar to that-ish. Now I'm just thinking quickly because I'm feeling daft. What is it? Where's my reference? Saw a good reference the other day. Did I put it? Where did I put it? I don't think I did put it. That was stupid of me. Gasp. Okay. Okay. Anatomy book it is. Anatomy book it is. Because why? Something is bothering me. And I've yet to commit it to memory, and that's bothering me. I've got to get better at drawing people's backs, good grief. There we go. Reduce that. I think I was actually using that color. It's a little bit more red. Okay, that'll do. In terms of communicating that. Okay. Then, shape-wise, we've got... two sections coming up, and I know I wanted it to be some sort of a bun scenario. So something roughly like this. Okay. Something roughly like this. A little bit taller. Okay. So now that we've got the rough in place, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our base, go to the inks, grab black, and do the same. We're gonna get our rough silhouette in place. There we go. It would help if I was actually using the correct brush. There we go, there we go, there we go. Something like that. Okay. That's probably going to have a flat surface there. If I had to model it, I'd make that a flat surface. Like that. Wait, what's she doing? Okay, good enough. Okay. It's just when in doubt, less detail. On form of that description. Because why? That's the sort of problem I solve in 3D. Before that, it's unnecessary. Why? Because what I want to get made with these references is in fact not going to have a back view. I need to know what the back view is so that I can actually make it later and make sense of the outfit. It's not actually the core focus here. All right. Close, close. Hide the roughs. Okay. Grab outside. Grab outside, grab outside, grab outside, grab outside. Grab outside, grab outside. Expand by 1, invert and unlock skin tone, lasso, fill, hair color, fill, almost there. Deselect, close gaps. There we go. Okay, then back here to the bodice, grab white. Close that up. information than what we're gonna need. Clean that up, carve that down, reverse that, like so. Okay. Over here. Add more information than what we're gonna need. There we go. Carve that down. Flip. Alright, and that's the hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. There we go. The coffee is now very much cold, but it will. Okay, guys, how are we doing? Are we holding up okay? If we're working along, are we being productive? Okay, there we go, that'll do. Then we need to go to, where's the shoulder parts? There. Grab our cobalt. Flip it over so that we're in the right place. There we go. Okay, that'll do. Almost there. Okay, now reduce that opacity because I want to extract the wing sections. Nearly there. For both Regina and Russet, I will do a separate doodle on the side later. That actually has the proper shape for the wings and what parts are opaque and how much. Okay. Ruffles. What's going on here? Something like that. Okay. I can actually chop more off the bottom. That's actually too much on that one side. Where's my rotation? Like so. That's better. Okay. Upright. Okay, structurally we are sound, I think. Sleeve. Let me just chop that off there. Okay. So far so good. Save button. That's, I think, the next best thing to do. Alright. We got a lot done today. I am happy. But I think that is where I call it quits before I start messing things up. For now. I think this is where I call it quits before I start messing up. So, where we are presently at that stage is... What is happening here? Cancel. You, timeline. Come back in there where you belong. Okay. Let me just bump this up so that we can see everything that we have worked on so far. Okay. So we are most of the way through our revisions of the or our design work on the Whitacre family. For practical purposes, we still need to do little claret. So I'm not yet 100% sure what I'm doing tomorrow. If I am once again in a point of absolute wrecked brain, we might work on little claret and finishing Regina. We will once again see when we get there. This week is a little bit topsy-turvy. It all depends on how my repairs go during the middle of the day, and what I get right on commission work in the offline hours as well, because there is a lot going on in the background. For anyone who is unfamiliar, I suffered a complete operating system meltdown a couple of days back, and I have spent almost a week just doing an emergency conversion to the Linux operating system on my workstation PC, which has made just getting to the point where I can actually draw on stream again very interesting. And yeah, it's a little bit of chaos at the moment that we are busy going through. So yeah, I am still doing repair work. I think I am going to still mess around with seeing what my best solution is going to be for Clip Studio, because there are some things that are not working fully and completely. That being said, I just want to come over to the Russet tab here for a second, and I just want to test time-lapse. Oh no, I never recorded time-lapses on either of these. Oh, I feel stupid now. I knew there was something that I was missing when I was setting up canvases. Time-lapse, yeah. I'm just going to hit record time-lapse on what's left of this one. Did this one have it? Time-lapse? No, I completely forgot to have those things checked. I need to make sure that that is checked in my default canvases. Note to self. That's one of those things that needs to be fixed. Ish. For saving new stuff is to have that button checked by default. Because now I don't have time lapses for either of these things. Fantastic. That's very, very, very clever, Harrier. Very clever. Very, very, very clever. Anyway. So yeah. It's part of the stuff that I need to fix and make sure is working. Thankfully, I've gotten all of my fonts back and functional. Still working on, obviously, getting the rest of it fully operational. it's a slow slog because I am learning as I'm going. Before this week, my exposure to Linux has been incredibly limited. So there's that little detail on top of everything else. And yeah, we're just basically doing what we can to get things to work. That's where we're at the moment. And it's taking all of my brain capacity in the offline hours to get things actually functional. So, yeah. If we are not working on commissions tomorrow, we're going to be trying to finish up with Regina and maybe go into Little Claret. We'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. Yeah. After which, I still need to check Live 2D to see if my license key is fully functional on the new machine as well, because if Live 2D is also going to have operational wobbles like Clip Studio does, then there is a very high likelihood that I'm going to need to go for the virtual box solution, virtual machine inside the Linux system to get things working. And that's gonna be a little bit wild. So we'll see how exactly that ends up working. It all depends on experiments over the course of the next couple of days still. So I am working hard behind the scenes on getting things functional. If you're on the Discord, you may have heard me screaming into the void just a little bit. As soon as I've got things working again, I will probably get back into doing things in the members channel on the Discord as well. So if you are part of the membership, thank you so much for that. It goes greatly appreciated. Which reminds me, gasp, I need to add Hazik to our members scroll of thanks. I have made some edits to the membership tiers over on Fourth Wall as well. So at this point, all of our members get added to the scroll of thanks. So that happens for all tiers. And also, I have implemented the Paladin and Skirmisher merch discounts as well. So when I've got everything's working again, I'll also be going and implementing, and I think we can switch to the chatting screen, hold up. Yeah. So yes, when I've got everything working again and commissions are delivered and all of that craziness is behind us, I have got a couple of ideas for a few merch items, so I will be working on that as well to put those up. Still concepting a few things, but I've at least got the ideas brewing in my head in the meantime, so keep your eyes peeled for that. When it happens, I will let you guys know. So the Paladins and the Skirmishers do get a discount on merch. If you are on the annual subscription, you're gonna have the you're gonna have the discount code for like 100 years. If you are on the like monthlies, then you're gonna have it for like 100 months, I think. I made sure that you would have the monthlies for pretty much as long as you are a subscriber. So that is the plan there. And yeah, so I've got a couple of more items that I'm looking at. There are a few things that are on minimum order quantities that we will only probably look at later down the line. So until such time as we know, okay, we can put in a batch of pre-orders, I'm not going to go ahead with planning those just yet, because those are much later down the line. But yes, as soon as we have also gotten delivery done on the 2 commissions that are currently in the queue, we will also be zooming over to focus more on working on 3D things. I have been itching to get back into the 3D side of stuff again, quite badly. It is taking all of my self-control to not dive into it right away, because there are other things that need to happen in the meantime. So yeah, that's where we are at with all of that madness. I do have a couple of things that I want to still tweak on where I am on the Volvanderboss fan model that I'm busy building, which I'm using as my study methodology, which is also helping me plan how I want to do things for Project Mystehaven quite significantly. So I want to do a little bit of refinement on that, get rid of a couple of things that I've got in a temporary state, and basically work in it as flat shading as I possibly can for now. And yeah, that's where I am there. So there's some stuff that I want to kind of basically remove altogether and come back to things that have to do with light interactions and bloody fish paste, all that jazz, towards the end of the process, not towards the beginning of the process. Besides that, we are basically just trying to focus down on doing as few things as possible at the same time that is productively going to get the commissions out the door so that we can focus on other things as well. If you would like to see more Project Mystehaven things occupying more of my time, please head over to my VGen. That link is hovering above my head on the main stream. And check out the Mystehaven services. There are 3 of them where you can sponsor Mystehaven hours, where we'll either work on writing things, which is like top priority, or illustrating things, which is like what we've been doing today, working on Racid and Regina, or it will be working on 3D things, which at the start is going to be the study model that I am working on. And from there, it will also go into things like the actual base meshes for Project Mystehaven in-game models. So every little bit helps keep the roof overhead, as it were. But please also only support within your means. Please and thank you. What you'll notice with the donation goal in the top left of the screen, yeah, is that donation goal is separate from the Project Mystehaven madness. That's because that's actually a model that I want to get commissioned from someone else. Inquiries were made some months ago now to actually get a costing on that. And I know how much it's going to cost to actually get the thing done with a whole bunch of bells and whistles attached. So, for things like being able to integrate into Warudo for easy manipulation and use, and and also VR chat as well. That's the full cost that you see up there. If we can get to, I think it was $1.50, that gets us the basic model. Yeah, that gets us the basic model without any textures applied or anything like that. So it's like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, okay? So, yes, there is, so much on the plate. And we're just trying to keep our heads above water and get through each day at a time at the moment. All that being said, it's going relatively well. Thank you guys for your support up until now. It has been immensely appreciated. I think taking today to just take the foot off the gas just a smidge has been helpful. I'm feeling in a mentally better place now than I did 10 hours ago. So that's positive. I'm feeling significantly more human now than I felt 10 hours ago. Which for someone who should alien burb is a weirdly positive thing. Yay. So yeah, we work on taking each day a little bit at a time, getting a little bit better each day, fighting the battle in front of us, building the wall in front of us, not focusing on what all of the gazillion and 3 other problems in the world might be that may or may not require our attention. So yeah, that's the madness. That's the madness. Let's see. Is there anything else of imminent import to impart? Yes, tomorrow Elshi drops new art challenge, so that one is going to be interesting and fun. We're going to have more time for that, so if you are interested in honing your creative craft of whatever nature it may be, do consider joining the art challenge, right? I have made a promise to myself to participate in every single one of his art challenges this year, just so that I can feel like I'm actually able to participate in a thing that is not work specifically, and so it is my goal this year to actually participate in every single one of those. That's my challenge to myself, is to participate in the challenges, just to participate in something, because getting me to not have all of the chaos in my life interrupting everything such that I can't commit to anything community-wise outside of my own space, it has been driving me up the wall for longer than I can possibly articulate. So yeah, it's a thing for me to actually feel like we are not in isolation, right? So yeah, that's the madness. And yeah, so new art challenge drops tomorrow. Please come by Wilhelm Vanderboss's channel if you can as well to support. See what's up. Challenge yourself to do the thing. If you are a beginner, that is not a problem at all. People of all skill levels are welcome to participate and encouraged. With the last challenge, there were a bunch, I think at least 5 people who were participating for the first time, which is really cool. And it's just a lot of fun to see how you develop as each challenge progresses. So if you are interested in your personal growth on the creative front as well, I do strongly encourage you to join in, because it's really fun. It's not a competition, there's no prizes at the end. The prize is that you managed to actually do a thing that a month ago you didn't think you could do, right? That's the challenge. So I do strongly encourage participation if you are able to do so. All of that said, I have just run out of steam for the day, so thank you guys so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. Tomorrow will be Wednesday, depending on which time zone you're in. So yes, same time, supposedly, if nothing breaks between now and then. Holding thumbs, touch wood, fingers crossed, all of those things. It's the bad luck to be superstitious, but you know what we mean, right? See you then. Thank you. I have officially run out of things to say. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. Rest well when you get to it. And until next time, have fun and cheery bye.